Is this beast a shade as well?
No! You've got to stop this!
Tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord.
I don't want to hurt my friends.
Kill him, you glorious bastard!
I have a reason to live!
Okay, hello, hi, hello, hi, hello, hi, hello, hi. Welcome to the stream! Hello, I'm Romanon, and I am currently going through the Dragon News series and like kind of analyzing it, you know, talking about it. And we are currently farming for all the weapons in NieR Replicant. We are trying to level up everything to level 4. And right now we're going back to Seafront because we need fucking a lot of black pearls. So yeah, it's grinding game again today. But hopefully we will be done with it. Hopefully we will be done with it today. That is the plan, or the hope anyway. So I think I needed 5 of the black pearls. And I can't remember if I have one. I probably do not. Yeah, I don't. So we probably need 5. Yeah, shit. Hope you guys are having a great day. Yeah, I know. The streaming thing is going crazy. He's actually on time most of the time now. What the hell? What is going on? Yeah, I know. It's weird. It's fun. Hopefully there is not some static. But also, we have the A version of the Yoha outfit, which is the A2 outfit for Kainek. So there's something new. But yeah, I did not change the music this time, as we are probably going to continue the story today as well. I mean, I could have done it. I need to change the outfits back anyway, but yeah.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Well, hopefully my RNG luck has changed and we can find the black pearls this time. Without so much hassle. Yeah. Crap. Fucking crap, dude.
Even if we can't catch fish.
Oh, well, shit. I need to do this. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. But it's so fucking bright here. I can barely see if there's like a harvest point or not. Like, thank you guys so much for
Bunch of townspeople disappeared.
46 subscribers. Oh my god. I did not expect it to go this quick. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I just wanted like quickly to say thank you. Your support is very much appreciated. Like also that you're liking the streams and stuff like that. It means the world. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Like, shit, dude. It's fucking cool. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. We're also on 32 followers on Twitch. Like, oh my god. I couldn't be happier. So yeah, I just wanted to say like, oh my god, thank you guys so much for this, the support. Means a lot, means everything, means the world to me. So yeah, I'm just happy we're building this little community.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared.
And I know I'm new, so... But with this momentum, holy shit, guys. It's crazy, dude. You guys can fucking laugh about my bad RNG. Yeah. It seems to be back this stream, it's very nice. I mean, not nice.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
And the controller thing is still working, right? Yeah, nice. Awesome. Yeah, I think it's cool. Then you guys can also see what I'm doing without seeing me. But yeah, it's and also a reason why I'm not using, you know, camera. It's that, you know, I want it to be about the game. That's the most important thing. But maybe we'll do like that shit later. I mean, it could be fun. Same concept, just with a mask or some shit. I am a fan of old Slipknot and that kind of mentality. Like letting it be about the game and not the person, I guess. Because they were wearing masks because, yeah, they wanted the music to speak for itself. Or that's at least what they said. You know, it was also a cool thing. It's not that. It's, yeah. But I understand where they're coming from. Oh, if I could just get one, that'd be very nice. Nice. Come on, this run we're gonna get one. Yeah, we're gonna get one this run. Yeah, it's very hard to say in the morning. Shit, dude. Run. Great, man.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along. Even if we can't catch fish.
To catch a fish. To catch a crab. To catch a predator shark. All I'm getting is crap, dude.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along. Even if we can't catch fish.
You catch a fish. Dude! Yeah, trainer is starting to sound very nice right now. Oh my god. I just got that version of the game where everything is just walled off. Like, shit. Need to buy the Harvest Point DLC to get shit. Like, oh my god. It was like with the dental metal bats yesterday, like fuck. Like I was killing millions of them and like only getting one or two. Like fucking crazy. I've never heard of anyone having a like better like worse RNG than me. What the fuck? Oh fuck yeah, complain, it works. Let's go. Okay, we got one. We got two. Let's fucking base it.
Base.
Hell yeah, dude. Okay, that's 2. That's 2. We need 3 more. Let's keep it up, dude. I think it was 5. I'm pretty sure it was 5. We need it.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along the bunch of townspeople disappeared along. Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Fuck, I thought it was something, but it was just like a reflection. Shit. I got happy there.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Bunch of crap. Crap.
bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Yeah, welcome to Bad RNG, the stream. It's the best stream. It's the stream where we have Bad RNG the whole fucking day and we never like progress or anything because we can't get any of the fucking items. Yes, that is the stream. Yeah, Taz, it's pearl farming again. And welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Yeah, we're doing the boring shit first.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
But, yeah, it's because there is another weapon that needed 5 black pearls, so I'm just getting them now. We already gotten 2. So, yeah, fuck. And that has taken me... shit, 20 minutes. God damn, dude. Like, I think I started as soon as the stream started. Yeah, fuck, 20 minutes.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Wait, was... Oh, okay. And also, after getting the pearls, yeah, I'll go back to Junk Heap and see what else we need, but I do believe that this is the last of the, like getting things from harvest points and stuff like that. We might have to do some fishing, but it's only for 2 rusty clamps, I think.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
And then we need to kill the flying casters that will appear after you've gathered all the keys. So we will also be progressing the story and probably be done with the farming today. Like, most likely we'll be done today. And that will be all weapons leveled fully up, and then we'll, like, blast through those endings. Like madmen! But how are you doing today, Taz?
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Dude, move! I need black pearl, dude. And then it gives me crap. I just maybe wish that I don't know, there could be like a quest about like finding black pearls, and then you could like do that with like every like required material, and then whenever you complete that side quest you could
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
you could have them buyable afterward. These black pearls sure seem cursed. Oh shit! Somebody get Captain Jack Sparrow. It might actually help. Captain Jack Sparrow! No. Captain Jack Sparrow!
Base.
It worked! It fucking worked! We just gotta channel him.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Come, Jack Sparrow! Okay. Okay. It's the British here. Captain Jack Sparrow. No. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along with them.
Give me drops, man. Is there actually like a way to look at like item descriptions? No. Well, there is, but Nothing really that interesting. It's just very basic descriptions. That's fine. Okay, Black Pearl! No. Black Pearl! No. Black Pearl. No. Shit, dude. Guess I'm never gonna get it. But we only need 2 more. It just sucks that it's every 10 minutes. It would have been nicer if it was if it was one each run. God damn it, I can't speak. What the hell? Wake up, man. Wake up.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Yeah, wake up game is weak today. It's insane. It's probably all this farming we have to do. We need 1 more. Come on, dude. Bless me. No, not with crap, you fuck. No. Okay, 1 more. And we can forever leave this place. Okay, I was just looking up where to find the rusted
Bunch of townspeople
clumps.
disappeared.
And it seems like we can find them in the desert or the northern plains, and we just need a lure. Oh, there's one over there. Base. Base. We're done. That's it. We are done. Not as cursed as one would have expected. Not that I've spent half an hour.
Curse these tired old.
Curse of the Black Pearl. Yes. Let's fucking go. Almost done. I'm so fucking ready for these endings coming up and all the new shit, and oh my god. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. You upgraded 33 weapons to their maximum. But that is because it's actually counting the DLC weapons as well. Which might be a glitch. Okay, we need 10 iron ore. I guess we can just buy that now.
What can I help you with?
Hello?
Come.
I don't know why it's doing the input thing all the time. That's weird.
What can I help you with?
Okay, so we need 3 rusted clumps, 1 subdued, 2 metal piercing. No, 2 subdued, 2 metal piercing, and we get them from the same guy. So yeah, it's fishing time, and then we're gonna get all the keys. And then it's over! So it said Northern Fields, so I'm just gonna stay here. Under the bridge, under the sea, down where it's weather, down where it's better, take it from me. Whoa! Yeah, guys, stop scaring the fish, please. It's very important work. Fuck. We're fishy, fishy, fishy. I don't think this is working. Shit. No. No, no. No. It doesn't say there's like a specific thing you need to do, so I'm guessing that, yeah, I'm doing it right. I'm just not getting what I want. Shit. Okay, this might take a while. What the fuck? That's a bucket. Oh, dude. Okay, I'll try the desert, also from the fact that this is like a starting area. So I'm guessing the lure will be able to catch more fish. Whereas in the desert, which is kind of a later, middle like part of the game, it should be a little bit more difficult. And we don't have a ferryman. Fuck! I should go and talk to Popola. Why is it doing the Slack thing? It also did it yesterday. It's so weird. Maybe the key is to not restart PC. What the fuck? I just updated it today. Okay, let's go speak to Popola because that should re-enable the ferryman. And then we don't have to run around everywhere.
Shades on the coat that he loved still.
Review it.
I'm spoiled, sir.
It must. Oh,
I will. By the way.
thanks.
Oh, since the I'll make sure.
Gotcha.
There we go. Now we can travel.
Even without those we have lost, the world relentlessly continues to turn.
And also, we were only missing... Yeah, we only need the Loyal Cerberus, so literally all we have to do is just get rid of that. Yeah. Hello!
Oh,
Okay, first try. First try. First fucking try, dude. May the spirit of fishing bless me. Let's go! This is the place to go. We just need 3. And we have 1 now. So we need 2. Basic math. Two plus 1, that's 3. Quick maths. Come on. What is this? Nunny, 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 nunny. What fish? I'm not trying to catch a fish. I'm trying to get the rusted clump. That is a clump of rust. Dude. It's that easy, dude. That's not it. Doesn't matter. What? What? Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, thanks. What the fuck? I just caught a Hanaria. I was trying to click out of it. And then he fucking catches it. Like, what is this? Fair enough, game. Let's get a... Yeah. Did I need an empty can? No, I didn't. That's impossible! I don't need fish, I need plum. I need rusted plum. One more and we're done. And then we just need to kill the flying casters when we have the last key, and that's it. That's all the shit done. There you go, EC. Now let us do the facade mission. Shit. We need to go back to the village because I did not take the letter.
Oh there.
I forgot.
Okay, probably.
Let's go. Oh.
Ah. We already know.
Does it not strike you as curious to find wolves in the desert?
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes? Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
Well, we can certainly guess what they've been eating.
Just in case, I don't want to do all that again. Oh, fuck that shit, dude. No, 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 no. And I'm so happy yesterday, like when it happened, that it fucking autosaved for once. Like, fuck. Oh my god. Luckily, we're not gonna have that problem with Dragon God 3 because it's done a little bit different. And it saves after every mission and stuff like that, so don't have to worry about anything there. Yeah, it's time for Firo to die for the 3rd time. Yeah.
Kindness. Of course.
To think,
What's it? Kind of.
what is...
I don't like.
We weren't
Sure.
this instant.
Yeah.
Will you...
Keep. Oh
What's up? Some.
no! I'm just. I'm.
You'll find.
Huh? Yeah, that's not a.
Everyone.
Indeed.
Boss. Anyway.
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine? Nah. Oh, come on. That wolf is a shade.
The king's grief.
Get.
Will we... Then it will...
I know.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
We're not. It's for kind.
If this...
Could lead for what?
rebels appear to be targeting the king.
セ・ビルダ解散解散にケオリー
Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. But as for the leader,
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them. ザルツゼルガンストコ覚悟
is the... This is the...
Now, hold up.
We should return to Popola and see if she has any final words for us.
Wait, what? I've been muted? What the fuck, dude? I've hit the wrong button. Welcome, Buta, to the stream. Yeah, I'm still farming. We're missing 4 items. from these swift casters. Shit, sorry. I didn't see I was muted. Fuck. That's why. They do not respawn. Okay, good to know. So we need to go up to the Baron Temple to reset the room, I guess. And when we're done with all, like getting all 4 of these items, it's fucking over. We have leveled up every weapon. Is he not gonna spawn? What the hell? Oh, they also spawn outside in this area. Ah. Could you guys spawn? Please? Okay, on the picture, he's over here. Yeah, exactly, this guy. Let's go. Let's do this. Okay, we need to figure out where they spawn. Because if that's the only one, it's gonna take a while. I would suspect it's also over here. Oh yeah, there you are. Hello there. Okay, we got 3 spawns. But how are you guys today? You doing good? Having a great day? Excited for ending C. There you go. Okay, and now this guy in the desert should have spawned again. Keyword being should. Yeah, he's right there. Any more spawns of these guys out here? No. Wait, is it literally because they don't spawn if I come from this side? Wait, okay. I wanna see if this is true. So let's take this teleport thing over here and go to the entrance, a facade. So this guy should spawn. I even have increased drop rate on. Ha! That is so weird! Yeah! He only spawns if you come from this direction. That is weird. Never seen that before. Yeah, learning new shit about the game. Weird. It's so hot today too. Oh my god, I'm like half sweating almost. God damn, dude. Can I move this and get closer actually? I have a fan on. But it's not really like, it's on like max, but I can't feel it. Having this headset on is just, you know, whew. That is insane. Not getting anything. Oh my god. It's all fucking health-like cells. Like, what? What headset do you use? I use a Marshall Major 4, I think it's called. Very good audio. Not a gaming headset. It's specifically made for music. It is actually, I think I can find it here. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, synthetic leather, good for sound isolation, but bad for hot days. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you get it. You get it. You fucking get it. What a champion. But yeah, it's these. This is the headset I'm using. It's very good. It works. And it's not too expensive either. But yeah. Do not use it on hot days. And for God's sakes, if you're on the beach, just don't even think about it. It's just over. It'll kind of fuse to your fucking face at that point. Permanent headset. That's one of the metal piercing we needed. Nice. So we need one more metal piercing and 2 subdued bracelets. And the poison thing is very annoying. Holy shit. Very annoying. And no item. Do you guys know of a better way to grind these items? Like, I know they spawn in the Lost Shrine, but it didn't seem like there was like a place that was better than the other. Maybe I should just stop complaining and just get grinding. It'll take the time it'll take. But we are definitely going to get ending C today. No, not really, yeah. I thought so. Thank you, Buta. It's supposed to be fucking annoying. It's to simulate the fall of man. Oh my god! Three charged land shots killed them if I remember correctly. Maybe faster. Yeah, if I can hit them. That has been the issue. We need one of each item now. We need one of each. Oh, the lance magic. Oh, shit. Yeah. Fuck. Shit. I thought you meant the lance. Because you said charged. Yeah. It's way faster. Oh, did I remember to edit? Yes, I did. Awesome. Thanks, Buta. Okay, let's go. Way faster. Oh yeah, and as soon as we're done with all the weapons, I'm gonna go through all the weapon stories, so be ready for that. Coming up soon. And then we'll get the ending. And hopefully, if we have time, we can get ending D as well. And I will update like the title and everything when we reach that point. I didn't want to like emphasize like, oh, come to the stream and watch me fucking like die for 2 hours. That fucking scorpion. It's just camping it. Are you gonna... Yeah, exactly. Fucking poison, dude. Meal the champion with his fucking healing, dude. I hate scorpions too, yeah. Best enemy. Thanks, Yoko Taro. I just want the item, dude. Just drop one of them. That's all we need. And then we need the other one as well. And then, whoa, dude. I also watched, we've been going through like some Alien stuff and the movie series. And we watched Alien Romulus. We had already seen it. We were at the movies when it came out originally, but we were not really remembering it that well. So we re-watched it yesterday, and oh my god, what a fucking fun movie. I love sci-fi. It's one of the better genres, and it can talk about a lot of fun shit. The same as horror. But yeah, Romulus, oh my god. What a way to like continue the franchise. And I just want to say, like, from an Alien perspective, like, I'm a big fan of the horror-oriented Alien movies and not, like, Aliens. Yeah, if you're looking for great sci-fi, watch Prometheus, the first Alien, and then Alien Romulus. And if you can, play Alien Isolation. One of the best horror games ever made. From an alien perspective, well, if you like horror and sci-fi, those 3 movies and 1 game are literally like some of the best sci-fi about this ultimate being born, this super weapon, this walking nuke. Because, well, Prometheus is about this guy called Peter Whalen who wants to... I'm more into this to space than aliens. How can I say this? Well, it is kinda about like space, but also it's hard to explain. You'll have to shit. So, Prometheus is about this guy called Peter Wayland who wants to gain immortality to become as the gods. Oh yeah, Star Wars. I'm a big fucking Star Wars fan. Yeah, we went through everything. Also the show and like Clone Wars and Bad Batch and stuff like that. Fucking amazing experience. But no, Prometheus is about this man called Peter Whalen who's trying to gain immortality. And also there's a plot in the movie about our creators, and then the story pops off after that, like insane. And you have this android David who is trying to become human as well. Then in Alien you have this mining group, I guess, who's out to like go to a location, not knowing that they're going into to you know, capture an alien. And then Romulus is about this this group of people who want to escape a Weyland-Yutani owned planet because they're literally oppressed there. They're slaves, and if they like work off their debt, their debt is just gonna be increased. So they're trying to go to this space station to gather supplies to like escape from that like situation, but they then run into a research vessel from this mysterious corporation called Weyland-Yutani, who is researching the alien and is trying to reverse engineer something called the Black Dude. Very fucking like amazing trilogy of movies. But yeah, Star Wars. Oh my god. Which one is your favorite? Do you like the original trilogy, or do you like the prequel trilogy the most? Or are you just like everything? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I like the prequel trilogy better. The first trilogy is very iconic. I also think it has something to do with like what you grew up with, I guess. Like, I didn't grow up with the original trilogy, but I did watch it. I also started off with the prequel trilogy, and I think it was some of the best Star Wars we've ever gotten. Also because it's very, analysis friendly, I guess. And Clone Wars just, you know, adds so much, you know, context without ruining the movies. I think it's very amazing what they did with Star Wars, and the run George Lucas had. But yeah, no, fuck. Like we went through everything, like recently. Like every show, every movie, except the new trilogy. Cause that's not Star Wars. I didn't watch the animated series yet. Yeah, I won't spoil it then. You're gonna fucking love it. Also, you get to see another side of Anakin. The side that everyone else have seen, but not really, you don't really see in the movies as much. Because it's focusing more on his struggles. But in Clone Wars you actually get to see that side of Anakin way more. I didn't watch the Kenobi and Mandalorian 2, I'm kind of a movie guy, but I will watch them, yeah. And I'm not saying like modern day Star Wars is perfect or anything. But like I really like the stories, and it has the heart of Star Wars still. Also knowing that Dave Filoni is the you know, the apprentice of George Lucas in a way. Oh, I fucked up. Oh no. Yeah, I've played both of them. Looking forward to the third one, even though Steve Admison is not, you know, the director anymore. But yeah, fucking Cal Kestis. Oh my god. The poncho guy. The fucking the battle droid quotes. Oh my god, I love this game. Yeah, I love that game. I'm playing the Survivor right now. It's fun. I didn't like Cal at first, but I get used to it. Fan services got me, yeah. Are you playing it in order, or have you just started with Survivor? But I very much like how the first game, you know, sets up the things and, you know, you don't really like learn, what's her name, Marin? Learn about her until like the end of the game, like crazy. Like that first encounter with Vader at the Inquisitor station. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Nice, nice, nice. It's just don't play them out of order. It makes more sense if you don't. The only thing I have with Survivor I don't like as much is the fact that it all kind of takes place on this one giant planet. I would much rather have had, you know, multiple planets instead of one giant planet, because you kind of think, oh, the whole game's gonna be like giant planets, and then it's not. That was like the only thing, but like story-wise, it's still, there's subpar Souls gameplay, kind of, but other than that, like, I really enjoyed for the story and the, like, Jedi fantasy, also the fact that you can, like, make your own goddamn lightsabers and stuff like, yeah, fuck. It's amazing what you can do. And especially in Survivor with the, like, I used the Gunslinger, I think it's called, where you have a blaster in one hand and the lightsaber in the other. Fucking cool, sick style, dude. I think I like the less planet thing better. I don't like leaving a planet without finishing it. Wait, so you wanted, like, more planets, or did you want less planets? I guess the less planet thing. So it's like, not so many planets, but they're big. How do you feel? Yeah, I wanted less. Yeah. How do you feel about the Metroidvania like style of like exploration? Cause I like it. I play a lot of survival horror games, so it feels like home for me. I like them. I played Hollow Knight, but it's just I don't like switching planets in that game very often, you know. Yeah, I can see why. That's fair. Like, different strokes for different folks, I guess. I like most of what they did, at least. But it's that fucking story about this. Like, also the villain from Survivor is pretty cool. Okay, please fucking drop something. I haven't gotten a fucking item in 15 minutes. Oh yeah, have you seen the new Star Wars game Galactic Racer? It's more mature of a story in Survivor. I'm only in the first. Oh shit! I will not say anything. I was kind of contemplating saying some things, but shit. Yeah, I can't say nothing. Yeah, Galactic Racer looks insane, and I've found out that it's a roguelike. So, like, you need to take care of your car, and like damages on your car you need to like pay off and shit. And if you can't do it, you need to like fly in a shitty car, like in the next race. And like, oh my god, it and you got like burnout, like kind of takedowns and shit. I hope it has some good long content in it. Well, I think it's gonna have multiplayer. So it'll be like Mario Kart in that sense. Oh, multiplayer isn't really my thing. I like solo experiences like Dark Souls. Well, I would imagine you can do the campaign over and over again. I hope it has some hardcore roguelike elements. Maybe it has some like sliders and modifiers you can like play around with in the campaign. That would be fucking sick, actually. Like if you could modify it, oh, you cannot repair after each race. You have to do it like every 3rd race or 5th race. So you have to like really be careful when you're driving. I used to love, you know, multiplayer gaming a lot. Like I grew up on like Call of Duty and Battlefield and stuff like that. But I don't know, as I've gotten older, it's just I've gravitated toward more like single player experiences myself as well. But it's not like I don't dabble in Mario Kart or like some multiplayer games once in a while. Full scavenger mode, gaming barely even working stuff. I would like to try to manage that stuff. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll get some more information when the game is like about to be released. I just saw in a recent trailer that like that the game had like roguelite elements. Like this vehicle repair thing and stuff like that. Why am I not getting any items at all, dude? What the fuck? I've been going at it for an hour. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, I've completed every Dark Souls. Like the only FromSoft game I have not completed is Sekiro. I love FromSoft. And I started with Demon Souls on the PS3. Yeah, Sekiro is fucking peak. Yeah, no. Sekiro is a fucking like masterpiece fucking game. It's very good. Like, just because I lack the skill to complete it, I guess, I am under no illusion that it's not a fucking 10 out of 10 masterpiece. But I don't know. Like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, it just speaks to me. And it, especially like my favorite FromSoft game will and have always been Bloodborne. Bloodborne is just, yeah. I think the greatest game Miyazaki has ever done. What is your favorite, like, FromSoft game? Oh my god, I'm so fucking unlucky. What the fuck? It's, yeah, it should be word edited. What the hell? That is also a very good fucking pick. Valid! I think everyone liked their first FromSoft game the best. Probably. I'm just not one of them, I guess. I do really like Demon Souls a lot, but I think Dark Souls and Bloodborne are way better games. And especially like, yeah, Bloodborne, oh my god. The only thing that really holds Bloodborne back is the 30 frames. Well, not really the 30 frames, but the frame pacing. And a remaster would very much fix that. Because I remember playing Dark Souls on PS3 and getting to the Underground for the first time. Oh my god. So much fucking lag, dude. And then we got the remaster and everything was just great. Yeah, Blighttown, yeah. Fifth, no, worse. It felt way worse. And I also liked all the discourse when it came out, like, oh, is gaming becoming too difficult and stuff. And I'm not like the best gamer in the whole fucking world or anything. Like, I will never like claim to be. But like, if I can fucking do it, everyone can fucking play these games. Like, they are not hard, and most of the time it's like, oh, you either just level up a little bit, or you know, do some strategy, instead of just strength build whack, whack, whack. Like, they are not too difficult. I played Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 on a shitty PC. Was it a challenge or something? Hey, how can we make this any worse? Dark Souls 3 was... Oh my god. Yeah, still way more playable on, than that, yeah. And Dark Souls 3 on the, what was it, PS4, I think, also ran like absolute shit. You had to get the Pro or PS5 to literally unlock the frame rate. Also bought a PS4 only for Bloodborne. Yeah, me too. And I actually bought my PS3 for the only purpose of playing Kingdom Hearts 3 on it. Guess what game never came? Oh my god, they're just not dropping anything. Like, yeah, I literally bought my PS3 with the intention of playing Kingdom Hearts 3 on it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, well. It's not like we had to wait 13 years anyway. Oh yeah, Butsa, did you play the original Demon Souls? Or have you not gotten around to that yet? I want to play Demon Souls Remake, but I don't want to buy a PS5. We already have almost all the games on PS5 on PC. Yeah, but they did stop with that. I think it's been said that they will not release any more PS5 games on the PC. Oh, nice. Like, as a proof of concept, it's a really good game. Yeah, that sounds amazing. I probably want to do that too at some point. I do have the game and the PS3 emulator, so, which we're also going to use for Dragon God 3, so we can get the 60 frames version. Yeah, very much. But also very cool with the lore and how everything works together. With this nexus that imprisons people. And the old one. And the Tower of Latria, oh my god. Prototype Bloodborne. But from what I gather, it started kind of like as a Kingsfield game, and then they didn't know what to do with it, and it was kind of like a Doom project. And then Miyazaki, he was the guy who made 4 Answers, so and I guess 4 of Armored Core, and didn't have a project, so they just took him on the project, and it was literally like they were expecting it to like fail and everything. Which it kind of did in everyone's eyes. Even the PlayStation guys, Shohei Yoshida, did not like it. And then the game released and everyone fucking loved it. Dark Souls pretty much perfected everything Demon Souls did right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nope, that is 100% correct. And that's what I really like about FromSoft, is that they take what they did and then they build upon it. So sometimes the games will feel a little bit similar, but they still kind of have their own identity still. It is complicated. Because yes, I am agreeing with Miyazaki that the next generation had to make the next game and continue the series. And like, learn from what Miyazaki did. I just don't agree with the direction they went. And the fact that when you play it, you instantly feel that it's not a Miyazaki game. It doesn't have that attention to detail that Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne have, you know? I don't know how to explain it. But I have tried to explain it before, and it's I have said that I get this kind of feeling when I play the game. You can just feel it. Like something's off. And I have the same issue with the Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Earth Tree. I do like it, but I also see many faults, and it's very much closely related to Dark Souls 2. Also because they share the same director, which is the Yui guy, I think it's called. Yeah, I'm not a fan. But that's not to say that people can't like it. Like, that's fine. Yeah, I hope it made sense. I hope it made sense. Also from the fact that we got that like high quality fucking demo, and then when the game released it was like watered down a lot. Like also the fact that they removed the whole lighting mechanic and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a fundamental like gameplay experience thing. And I like what Miyazaki does way better than the other guys. Because for some reason, Miyazaki knows exactly how the game should fucking feel. Exactly. He is such a good director, one of the few we only like get every like 10 or 20 years. And I love his approach to like storytelling with this. you know, we have this huge world. We have all this lore. Let's remove 70% of it. And then you guys can figure it out. You're right about that stuff, but I still have the most hours on Dark Souls 2. Yeah, no, yeah, it's fine. It has so much content. Yeah, also, didn't it have like, what was it, 3 DLCs? But it's been a while since I've played Dark Souls 2. I played it when it released, and I don't think I ever played it again. I just replayed Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne. And then Dark Souls 3 came out, and, you know, the rest is history. Yeah, it has the biggest DLCs after Elden Ring. Yeah, shit. They are crazy hard too. Yeah. I saw that. I saw some of the like insane boss fights. Like very insane. I feel like Elden Ring is a successor to the DLC or the whole like game. Because I think you're right in the way that Shadow of the Earth Tree is like a spiritual successor to Dark Souls 2. But Elden Ring, the base game, is very much a spiritual successor to Dark Souls 3. I feel. It's just done in open world now. But I don't know. It's like it takes everything into account. You could also argue it's like it does Bloodborne things because of Millennia's fucking rune that literally makes the game into Bloodborne. And just have the, what was it, Bloodhound that dashes as dodges instead, and yeah, there you go, it's Bloodborne now. Oh wait, fuck, actually the only thing about Elden Ring I disagree with, the base game, is the fact that you do not keep your runes. You know, the modifier runes when you beat the big bosses. I wish that in New Game Plus that you could keep them and then use them. Or should I tell Elden Ring is using many of the experimental stuff from Dark Souls 2? What for example? I am not as educated. Educate me. Power stancing, for example. Ah, yeah. Okay, nice. Yeah, but I have talked about like Square and you know Square Enix. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 does not have that. Yeah, that's true. But for example, with Square Enix back in the day when they were making all, from Final Fantasy 1 to 9, when Sakaguchi was still like part of the company, it seemed like he was like the mediator who took these fucking insane geniuses you know, Nomura, Kitase, and took their ideas and then like used them in like not as insane way as they might have wanted to use it. And I think Miyazaki also has that ability to like take these insane ideas that these people have and you know, implement them in a good way. Whereas I think what they did with Dark Souls 2 is kind of like what they did with Final Fantasy 8. They kind of went too far some places where it didn't make sense. And didn't probably implement it like in the way that, for example, Miyazaki would have implemented it. And that's probably also why it feels way better in Elden Ring compared to Dark Souls 2. Because he knows how to use these ideas. I don't know, I'm just talking out of my asshole, but you know, sometimes you do need a guy that can like take these ideas and kind of work with them. Oh my god! Finally! Okay, now we just need one more subdued bracelet. Oh my god, that took forever! What the fuck? Yeah, it's better than Elden Ring, yeah. Oh, fuck. And also another thing I really don't like about Dark Souls 2 is the adaptability stat that increases how much, you know, how many iframes you have in Duchess and stuff. I also think that was a bad choice. I think Dark Souls 2 having less attention to detail is similar to Elden Ring. Big areas to explore, but usually empty. Oh, I have to think about that. Oh god. But it's also like I probably can't really compare with Dark Souls 2 because it's been so long since I've played it. But yeah, I can probably say like see what you mean. But then again, Elden Ring does something very insane that few open world games can do, and that's make every area kind of interesting to like walk through and explore. And for example, my girlfriend and I were playing it, and we were talking about like the artistic direction throughout the game and how they utilize these things to make like set pieces and stuff. We were walking up like a tower, and you like go up the stairs, and at one point the camera, you have to move it to like look upward. And when you look upward, it's framed like this giant fucking like you know, this piece of art you look at. I think it's like a mountain, but it looks so fucking cool. And I think that's why Elden Ring is like, there's always something to look at, and there's always something to like think about, both with the architecture and why does this look like that and stuff like that. Where I feel like, I don't know, because I would also probably imagine that shit was talked about when making Dark Souls 2. I don't know, it's just, I guess it's just an issue of direction with the games and people gravitating more to the style of Miyazaki, like, versus Yui. And I think it's like personal preference. Because I literally really just like, you know, Miyazaki's direction over everyone else in FromSoft. I did like the new Armored Core, for example, but I did not like the boss fights in it. That sort of stuff. But yeah, I do agree that Elden Ring have big areas, but usually you will not find a lot of stuff. Well, you will find some stuff, but it's... I heard the complaint and it's like, oh yeah, we are looking around and we're not finding the things we need. But yeah, that was not the point. What you don't need is probably something another player needs because they're doing a separate build. I don't know. Oh shit, also about the adapt thing, when you play Dark Souls 1 it's 11 iframes when you mid-roll, and in Dark Souls 2 it's 5 to 8 depending on your class. Yeah, but I think it's like, oh, now you're used to this one and now why it's different. I don't know. I didn't realize until my second playthrough that adaptability does something about iframes. Oh, okay. Yeah, but you played it after it came out, right? Like, oh, of course you did, what the fuck? But you played it like years later, right? Because this was like something that like came out right when the game came out, that adaptability did that. I think it's also one of the first things, like, I played back-to-back, actually. Oh yeah, but did you play it when they were originally released, or did you play them later? My heart just went Yahoo! And then it went Shit. Because I played them when they released, and like it was like one of the first thing we like learned about the game, that adaptability had taken away the like, or like the game was fundamentally like different in those ways. In Steam it has two versions, Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 2 SOTFs. I played the basic version. Okay. Bottom line is, I think the adaptability thing was not a good choice, and I think there were a lot of bad decisions in Dark Souls 2 that probably could have been done better. But enough about that. Oh yeah, but I'm not saying which version you played. I'm asking if you played them on release, or if you played them later in your life, or in their life cycle, like a year or two after they released. That's what I'm asking. Because when they came out, and if you were following the game, you would have known that adaptability would have done stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Because the experience might have been a little different if you played it later in life compared to when it first released. Yeah, exactly. So your experience is probably gonna be a way different than me, you know, who played like when it just came out, like fresh. You were really looking forward to it because Dark Souls 1 was like the best game ever, and then you see all these changes that doesn't really fit the experience as much. And also, like, following the game. Have you seen the original, like, demo version of the game? The PS3 demo, I think it was called. Because that is so different from what we got. That was like the version of the game that we were really looking forward to, and then getting what we got. I think also kind of damaged the reputation of the game a little bit. just not getting it. What the fuck? Not really what? Yeah. What was it called? Yeah, the new edition that was made for PS4 did fix a lot of stuff with the game. But it still became the fundamental experience of the game. Well, kind of same fundamental experience. But I guess it just boiled, yeah, Scholar of the First Sin, yeah. It kind of remixed the game a little bit, but not enough for me to like it. But yeah, I think, yeah. It is a fundamental thing about the direction that the series should take, and me not agreeing with that. And very much liking what Miyazaki wanted to do with the franchise. I think that's where it is for me with Dark Souls 2. But it's like the same with Final Fantasy VII. Like if Kitase fucking like went full what he wanted with it, I don't think Final Fantasy VII would have been received as well as it was received. Because he literally wanted to like kill every single character except Cloud. Where, you know, Hironobu Sakaguchi was like, yeah, let's not do that. Let's just kill Aerith, and then, you know, that's gonna be that. That's still gonna be impactful. And I think it really benefited, like, Final Fantasy VII to have Sakaguchi to be like a mediator of ideas, I think. Because we kind of all saw what happened when when they got free reign. And while Final Fantasy VIII is a cool game, it's shit. Before you, Tanemura, started working on Dark Souls 2, it was going to be a very different game, you know. It was going to be a basic ARPG. Do we know what kind of ARPG it was going to be? Do we have some sort of, like, clue? Task, one leader instead of a whole committee prevents too many cooked problem. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know, like, Miyazaki might see something in Yui. He might see, like, he has some great ideas, but don't know how to, like, get them out in the world, something like that. And he's trying to push him to, you know, do some stuff. But, like, in Shadow of the Earth Tree, the whole collecting the fucking, like, what was it, seeds or some shit, like, it was so fucking terrible. I fucking hated doing that. I wish it was just like a continuation of your leveling journey from the base game. But yeah, it's just like, I do not like Yui's direction. I think it's very bad compared to Miyazaki. So, there you go. That's all I have to say about Dark Souls 2. They tried to change the game engine to make it look better, it didn't work, and they tried to make so much more areas in game that wasn't really possible. Yeah. That's where I don't agree with Miyazaki. Agree and agree. Well, he took what he had available to do it because Miyazaki couldn't do it himself because he was doing Bloodborne at the time and the DLC for Dark Souls. So yeah, that is correct. Yes, I know. I just don't like his direction, and if Miyazaki likes some of his ideas and stuff, that is fine as well. I have not seen Yui deliver one game that is a good package. As I have seen Miyazaki do over and over again. And it's fine that Miyazaki wants Yui to become the next Miyazaki. I just don't see it. And until I see it, I will, you know, I'm not gonna like support him, I think. Well, I hope him all the best. I hope he learns and like does stuff, but there's just so many things I disagree with the game design things on. But I also think, yes, Miyazaki needs to find someone else to also be a great director. I don't know, it's just so weird, and I don't want to like shit on Yui. I just don't agree with his thing. Oh! Yeah. I also don't like they are making a Switch 2 exclusive co-op game right now. I agree. And I also think that it's a little sad that now Miyazaki will have to waste 4 years on a game that's probably not gonna sell. It's probably gonna be Bloodborne 2 in that kind of regard. Yeah, bracelet. Let's go. Finally. Because, and this is my reasoning, it's not that like, oh, Dustbloods looks shit or anything. No, it's because who are the people who actually buy Nintendo Switches? Well, it's the people who like Zelda, who likes Mario Kart, who likes Animal Crossing and stuff like that. Like, it's not people who want soul experiences. Yeah, Bloodborne themed Elden Ring Night Rain, yeah. It seems like that.
What is
So
it? Would what it?
listen, it's a this well
How you?
Hey,
So
kinda
wanted to kind of you now tell me if it we're it's just I'm gonna
And then the people who play it are literally gonna say, oh, this is like a 10 out of 10 experience. Please port it to other consoles and or PC so we, like, people can play it. Like, that is
I
probably
marvel at
what's
how
gonna
relatively
happen
simple
again with
task
that
this
game.
retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
Yeah, I don't know.
again, Vice.
But
I don't care if it's a trap. Yuna's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
But if I'm saying it's true, then Bloodborne should have been a hit. But yeah, it wasn't either. It was not the PS4 seller as people thought it would be, and it's probably not gonna be the Switch 2 seller that people are thinking it's going to be. And I think it's sad.
What can I help you?
Where can you buy Moldavite? Please say you can actually buy Moldavites. Oh my god, fuck yeah, dude. In Seafront. Awesome.
Come back.
Okay, one more weapon! And then it's time to read through all the weapon stories. So fuck, tell your friends, get in here. It's time. It's almost time. We only need to go to Seafront and then we're fucking gonna read through all this shit. We will, yeah, and we might probably also get ending C. We'll see how long it takes to read through all 37 weapons.
Oh there.
Ho, ho, ho. That's it.
If you need anything.
And then we just need to buy the iron ore and every fucking single weapon is done. Finally, it took forever, dude. So yeah, thank you for fucking sitting through this grinding adventure. But now, whoa, shit. Now it's back to the fun stuff. Now it's finally back to the fun stuff. So yeah, it's time to put on your thinking caps and get ready, because we are going to look over all of the fucking weapon stories and see if we can find some connections to stuff we have heard before, or see if there are stories that connect to each other, because we did find in Dragon God 1 a trilogy, I think, or a duology of weapon stories that actually connected to each other. And also some that pertain to, you know, pasts of the characters and stuff like that. So let's see what new information we will get with these weapon stories. There will be some NieR Automata stuff in here, because I do have the NieR Automata weapons leveled up as well.
What can I help you with?
Oh yeah, shit, we need 11 iron ore.
What can I help you with?
Oh my god, why am I clicking on that? Please, stop, Gideon.
What can I help you with?
There you go.
Come
back anytime.
What can I help you with?
That's it. That's all the weapons. Give me 1 second. I need to change like title and stuff like that, so people will know what the hell is going on. Because now it's back to the analysis mode. And I need to go in here. Here we go, so it should have changed the title now. I don't think I can do it on Twitch. Maybe I can. Oh, I can. Amazing! Go. Yes. Yes.
Yes!
Oh well, are you guys ready for this reading shit? I'll just save the game just in case so we don't crash. But yeah, it's time. Let's see if we can get the cloudy version of this area, so we can get the song with no lyrics. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. So, let's go over this. So this is the Nameless Lily. A simple sword forged by a village smith, more suited for fending off small animals than actual combat. The Nameless Blade. Smash, 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 smash. Sweat rolls down the faces of hard-scrabble men as they chip away at ironstone, their cheerful singing echoing through the mine. We are workers, workers in the mine, dirty from tip to toe. Again today we search for iron with all our might. Smash, 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 smash. Foom, 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 foom. The sound of women stomping on bellows in the mill. The sound of iron being gathered from the scorching sands. We are workers, workers in the mill, workers who send wind. Today we stomp the bellows again with all our might. Foom, 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 foom. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of swordsmiths wielding hammers at their forges. The ringing of such transformative blows is stunning indeed. We are swordsmiths, swordsmiths who bring blades to life, lords of steel. Clang, 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 clang. Rip, rip, rip. The sound of flesh being rent on the battlefield. The sound of killing enemies, killing someone, killing humans. Someone help me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, mommy. Rip, rip, rip. So these are all forms of, I guess, working. And being a murderer, I guess, is also work. No. It's hard work. So what is this? An arrow sword once owned by a woman of such impossible beauty that men begged her to take their lives. I love him with all my heart, as he does me. When we cross paths outdoors, he sends signals with his eyes that only I can understand. He treasures my gifts so much, he keeps them locked away in a safe. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better lover. I can't believe this. My best friend deceived the love of my life and stole him from me. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. All that remains are some of my gifts, which are scattered across this empty room. Everything else of value has been sold at the village marketplace. This will not stand. He hasn't abandoned me. He's just being tricked by that woman. I know he still has feelings for me. He must. I'm far more beautiful than she is, and he knows it. Oh yes, he knows. But I must make him see the truth, and quickly. I have to get her away from him. I have to kill her. Kill! Hurry up and kill! Consumed by her madness, the woman slaughtered the young husband and wife, hacking them with such force that the blade of her sword warped. The woman then went into hiding, leaving behind only clumps of unrecognizable meat and a sword with a horrible bent blade. But no matter how many smiths attempted to repair the sword, it never again retained its original shape. Okay. Ah, that is a cool fucking story as well. But this one, that is a little bit about jealousy, I guess. A group of girls used this sword to consecrate a new temple with their own blood. Nirvana dagger. The girl had been betrothed to a local lord on the day of her birth. As she grew, her days were taken up studying proper bridal techniques, while her evenings were spent staring out her bedroom window and offering prayers for her betrothed to the night sky. Oh my lord, if only you could come to me but a single day sooner. Her home was occupied by several other girls her age. Each one shared the same betrothed and spent her days studying bridal techniques and her evenings praying to the night sky. Oh my lord, if only you would come to me but a single day sooner. One day a quarrel broke out as the girls argued that only the greatest among them could become their lord's betrothed. None would yield an inch, each asserting only they alone could possibly satisfy him. Seeing this, their caretaker said in a kind voice, "Worry not, girls. Each and every one of you shall surely become bride to our Lord. Hearing this, every face lit up in an expression of pure joy. On the day they were to be married, the girls were brought to a place of cobblestone they could see from the windows of their home. A single dagger was then placed before them, and the girls were told they needed to end their life here and now if they wished to meet their betrothed. Upon hearing this news, the girls scrambled to seize the dagger from one another, plunging it into their chest the moment they held it. Years later, a temple named the Betrothed was built on the spot where the girls took their lives. Dude, what the fuck? A weapon owned by a blind swordsman. The blade shines in darkness, making the owner easy to spot. Wait, did my YouTube stream die? Wait, what happened? I don't think it did. No? Okay. Weird. Shit. There is a legend of long ago that speaks of a nation threatened by a great inferno. This nation, however, was saved from eternal hellfire by a sword with the power to freeze anything. Around this sword stood thousands upon thousands of human ice sculptures. A man on a journey to seek out weapons eventually discovered the sword. He wrapped it in several layers of cloth and took it with him, placing it in the bag he carried upon his back. But before the man realized what was happening, the claw of the sword in his own body ended up frozen below. A traveling shrine maiden eventually discovered the sword. She offered a prayer to her god and gripped the hilt, but cold instantly shot through her fingers and into her body, freezing her solid. In her final moments, the shrine maiden unleashed words of great blasphemy to the god who had failed her. An enslaved woman in a mine eventually discovered the sword. Desiring an easy death over the continuation of her daily suffering, she grasped the weapon firmly, and while the woman did not freeze, she was also unable to pierce her own flesh. Soon moonlight shone upon the blade of the weapon, reflecting the sight of the woman being beaten and dragged away by her master. Shit. A unique sword with a round blade. Legend holds that it robs the wielder of his life force. That's right. This here's the weapon that'll be ending your life. Oh, don't sweat it. There's nothing to worry about. It'll be a pain the likes of which you've never felt before. In fact, you won't even feel pain at first. It'll be more like water sliding across your skin. Honestly, for most folks, it ain't the pain that makes them scream, it's the sight of their own blood flowing out of them. Yeah, it won't end so easy. See, this part of the blade right there, right here, this part hurts like a real son of a bitch. It's my favorite, which is why I always save it for last. I like to use it after people's voices get too hoarse and you can tell what they are saying, which is a real fucking hell. Are you ever loud? Mind piping down there? Whoa, what the fuck? You're gonna make my hand slip. I won't kill you right away, so don't worry about a thing there, champ. I'm gonna take my sweet time before you finally give up the ghost. Honestly, you'd be surprised how much it takes to kill a person. I mean, think about it. People got 2 eyes, most of them anyway, and 2 ears, 10 fingers, 10 toes, 20 nails across the lot. And don't even get me started on joints. Cause folks got hundreds of the damn things. Yeah, we got plenty of ways to keep ourselves entertained. Huh? Why am I doing this? Now, ain't that a question, buddy? I'm just doing what you've been doing for a good long while now. Nabbing innocent citizens on fake charges, torturing them, and putting their severed heads on display. That ring any bells, buddy? It should, cause it was all you. Guess maybe you forgot about all that. Well, that's okay. I'll spend all the time it takes to make sure you remember every last thing you did to my wife and daughter. Yeah, okay, so it's the soul talking to you. Or someone who killed their wife and daughter. Or maybe that's why they're doing the curse. And they're just like ghosts, just like, yeah. Made from the fossil of an ancient beast, it's more unwieldy than most swords, but further forging can help. An elderly scholar sits in the dim reference room of a moldy museum. Before him lies a single box, which has long been sealed away. It is an article the museum's previous curator made abundantly clear should never be opened. It is said the box contains a fossil that drinks the blood of humans. What foolishness. One would think we as a people would have outgrown such nonsense. Only someone who spends all their life surrounded by books could possibly believe such preposterous superstition. He opens the box, which spits forth a cloud of dust, and beholds a single stone of bizarre shape. Looking at the attached handle, one could easily conclude it was used in some manner of ceremony. However, it could also be wielded as a weapon, and what a fascinating shape. Yes, this will require rigorous research indeed. How foolish someone was to be afraid of something like this. The scholar chuckles softly to himself as he reaches up and gorges out his left eye with the fossil's tip. Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck, dude? But I guess it was right. Whoops. Blade of Treachery. When a man who has lost his life wields this sword, the blade becomes blunt as wood. The sisters were puppets of complex machinery. Okay. Is this Devil and Popola? So fine was their construction that any who laid eyes upon them assumed they were human in every way. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? Is this about Devil and Popola? They were the embodiment of a man's greatest technological achievements. They walked like humans, ate like humans, laughed like humans. The only thing they could not do, however, was shed tears, for they were not designed in that way. Because the sisters were machines, they felt nothing. Oh, they might mourn as humans did, but they experienced no true sadness, for they did not know what sadness was. Even when their friends perished in tragic accidents and their creator died of disease, they felt nothing. To the sisters, all it meant was that those people no longer existed. It was a warm spring day when a lone cat wandered into their home. It was a scrawny, filthy thing riddled with disease. What a bother, the sisters thought as they looked down at the wretched creature. But they fed it milk, wiped it clean and kept it warm, and soon the cat was well again. From that day forth, it would linger wherever the sisters were, brushing against their legs when it wanted food. If it caught a mouse, it would bring it back to boast its prowess. If it wanted love, it would cry out to them in a mewling voice. What a bother, the sisters thought. It was a cold winter day when the cat came into their house, let out a feeble squeak and died. Time and again did the younger sister shake the cat's body. Time and again did the elder sister call out to it. But the cat neither moved nor responded. In that moment, the sisters felt as though they felt something break deep inside their chests. And from that day forth, they truly felt nothing at all. It's just that we hear about these sisters were puppets of complex machinery, and because the sisters were machines, and they are sisters, like Devil and Popola, and they're also machines, and you couldn't really understand that they were machines because they look like humans. Or maybe it's the replicants. Well, give me 1 second. Everyone left. Okay, let's fucking continue. So, it was Beast Bane. A sword that bears a beastly motif. Its short thin blade seems eager to vanish from sight. Long, long ago, in a faraway kingdom, there lived 3 brothers. The middle brother was a famous general who commanded a vast army. People everywhere were terrified of his troops, but they were most violent indeed. This general loved to make war. He enjoyed nothing more than watching cities burn and corpses pile up. And he thought not to subjugate, but simply to destroy all that he could. His well-trained soldiers laid waste to towns, cities, and even nations for the sake of their general. And as they hewed and hacked and chopped, the general was chuckled to himself in the most vulgar of tones. The army marched on and on. Nations by the sea, nations in the mountains, mountain nations in the deserts, nations in the tundra, nations to the east, nations to the west. The general cared not. He simply wished to watch it all burn. His orders were absolute, and for years beyond counting, the soldiers killed and killed and killed and killed and killed and killed and killed. After some time, the army arrived in a certain nation. They killed its soldiers, they killed its townspeople, they had killed its princesses and princes and dukes and bakers and lawyers and accountants and beggars and thieves. Eventually, a shabby general came pleading for his life with tears in his eyes, but they killed him as well. However, the soldiers thought he seemed familiar and tried to recall how they might have known him. In that moment, however, the general's daughter appeared, and they became so engrossed in ending her life, they never thought about the matter again. What the fuck? Yeah, so this is probably one of those that are gonna repeat. So yeah, this is about the middle brother who loved war. A sword carried by the world's most loyal servant. Like that loyalty, the sword's blade is straight and true. There was once a famous poet in a land to the far, far east. Now in his twilight years, his ability had withered such that he could no longer craft a single stanza or verse. The poor poet spent every moment racked with sorrow for what had been lost. But one day a monk appeared by his side, gently placed a blade in his hand and imparted the following words: "Kill one by this blade for one poem, and 2 for 2 in kind, the likes of which will be more splendid than any this world has ever heard." Clinging to the monk's words, the man waited for the cover of darkness and cut down a man he encountered by the roadside. The following day he wrote a most beautiful poem, instantly reclaiming the fame and prosperity he had lost. The poet went on to kill 2 in succession. He killed one and wrote a poem, and then killed again and wrote another, rising to almost dazzling levels of wealth and renown. But soon he became obsessed with knowing how splendid a poem he might write if he were to kill someone precious to him. He killed his wife and wrote a poem. He killed his children and wrote a poem for each. He moved through his estate killing everyone there, writing and writing and writing and writing and writing. Eventually he killed so many passerbys that the poems could not keep up. He would kill and write, then kill and kill and kill and kill, until in the end he took his own life, no longer crafting poems at all. All that remains was a blade wet with blood. Yeah, cautionary tale right there. An ancient warlord used this sword to slay his loyal subjects in hopes of gaining eternal life. There once was a royal sword passed down in a prodigious kingdom that had prospered for generations. It was said the crystal embedded upon it contained a great magic, and should it ever absorb the blood of 10,000 people, it would glow bright red and grant its wielder immortality. However, this kingdom's final ruler, known to the world as the High King, valued the continued prosperity of the kingdom he had inherited from his ancestors over any prospect of eternal life. One day, the queen, the king's dearest love, lost her life in a tragic accident. She was with child, and the tragedy occurred shortly before the babe was to be born. Distraught with grief upon hearing the news, the aged king found himself unable to accept the prospect of his royal bloodline dying with him. In an attempt to continue the kingdom's legacy by attaining a body without death, the now mad High King used the sword to cut down any and all subordinates or citizens unlucky enough to cross his path. "If I am to be the final king," he was heard to cry, "then the kingdom survives so long as I live." He killed his subjects by the dozens, the hundreds, the thousands, and with each life he stole, the crystal's light grew more radiant. But when the crystal was nearly full, the king's ailing heart proved unable to bear the burden and burst, killing him on the spot. Alas, had he just slain the pregnant woman and unborn child that were before his eyes, he would have taken exactly 10,000 lives. So he was so close to, like, you know, completing this goal of eternal life, but he just couldn't do it. Because it would mean that he would have to do the same, I guess. And he just couldn't bear it.
Okay.
A ceremonial blade crafted from feathers of the legendary firebird. It is untested as a weapon. There once was a woman who promised her hand to a man who was departing for the front. Devout by nature, she spent mornings, afternoons, and evenings in prayer for the safety of her beloved. Perhaps in response to her earnest pleas, one night a bird enveloped in light appeared to her in a dream and began to speak. "The man you love will surely return safely," said the bird in a beautiful voice. These words brought great comfort to the woman, and she began weeping tears of joy. "However," continued the bird, "his heart will surely not. Soon the man returned as the bird had foretold, his body covered in scars beyond counting, but as the bird had also foretold, he returned with an unfamiliar woman of extraordinary beauty at his side. Despite this, the pious woman could not contain her love for the man, and ran out to meet him as he approached. Surprised, the man embraced her, then collapsed to the ground. The pious woman stood over him, a bloody dagger in one hand and the ripe, crimson fruit of his heart in the other. His heart will stay no longer. His heart will stray no longer, she whispered, amidst the gathering pool of blood. Her face awash with pure ecstasy, she placed a tender kiss on her beloved's heart and offered a prayer of gratitude. Dude, yeah, that's love taken to a fucking extreme, dude. Only I can have your heart, literally. What the actual fuck? Labyrinth's Whisper. Forged from steel and liquefied beast fangs, the blade is red with the blood of countless sacrificial offerings. So this girl had a huge sets of horns on her. Beautiful horns like a bull, just growing out of her head above her ears. I had myself a gander at where the horns met the head, and let me tell you, they were coming straight out of her skull. She was a normal kid like that in the whole village. She was the only kid like that in the whole village. The others were all normal. The kid with the horns, though, born real small apparently. The horns were, I mean, not the kid. And hell, they would have needed to be. Fat chance the kid's mama would have been able to push out a pair of horns huge as that. You'd think a girl like that would have been bullied, right? Well, you'd be wrong. That kid was the hardest person for miles in any direction. Wasn't a man in the village who'd tangle with her. And we're talking men. What ain't scared of nothing. She was the best at doing work what needed physical strength and all that, and she always led the charge whenever shades attacked, and folks loved her for that, sure, but most of all, they loved her because she was always cheerful and just plain tough. But one day, this huge shade attacked the village that was just too strong. It tore the men apart like old rags, and half the guys in the village died. The girl with the horns fought with all she had, but eventually she couldn't keep up, and the shade lifted her off the ground and ripped the horns right out of her head. The way she screamed was like nothing you've ever heard. Sound shook the earth itself, it did. After all, things got real quiet. So I stepped outside and found both the shade and the girl dead. Each of them had wounds all over, and they were leaking blood out of just about everywhere. And don't judge me for saying this now, but it was almost beautiful, like looking at dark red flowers in full bloom, you know? Hope that answers your first question about why folks in this village can't hear nothing. But you should know, none of us think badly of the girl for making us this way. Being deaf is hell of a sight better than being dead. Anyway, we've all talked over that day to death, and we think that final scream was her way of saying goodbye. Everyone in the village was honored that the last thing we ever heard was her farewell, and that's the God's honest truth. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, these stories are weird. A sword created after a man driven mad by revenge sealed away a cursed dragon. Oh, so now we're gonna get some Dragon God shit. I was saved from the despair that shackled me. I was freed from the fate that cursed me. I was pacified from the indignation that plagued me. I was changed by the day I met you. So this is obviously, you know, Angelus. My flames will scorch the earth below, my fangs will know the taste of blood, my claws will rend my enemies asunder, my wings will soar the skies above. If your eyes are to be robbed of their light, if your skin is to be stained with blood, if your sword is too heavy a burden, if your lips can no longer produce speech, even if this body is snuffed out, even if these words are stolen, until our contract is complete, until the moment this warmth is lost. Yeah, they would be together forever. Okay, great. Not a lot of information. A relic of the civilized age. It's age. Its rusty scent comes from the blood of all who dared oppose the wielder. So this is probably about Brother NieR. Oh shit, it's actually a diary. May 21st. We finally run out of money. Food just costs a lot more nowadays because of the war. I want to know more about that war. We tried begging at the church, but they have their hands full caring for the wounded and can't spare anything. Jonas really lost a lot of weight. I wish I could get her something to eat. July 15th. We met a nice lady who gave us some food. At first I thought she was homeless like us, but she said she was joining some kind of relief and support thing run by the government. So we decided to go with her. At least Jonas seems to be doing okay today. August 1st. That nice lady from before used a book and turned into a monster. We ran away as fast as we could because I don't think she's human anymore. Everything those adults told us was a lie. They won't give us money and they won't treat Jonas' illness. Also, there's a huge wall around the city now and we can't get out. We should never have come here. And that is the Wall of Jericho. That has to be the Wall of Jericho. August 5th. It's so cold today. I can't believe it's summer. I can actually see my breath. We decided to hide from the monsters in an abandoned supermarket. We found a few old cans of food there and now those are gone. Also, Jonas' cough just won't quit. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Yeah, but how? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because how are we going to go to the point where they are being soul split? Unless it happened involuntarily and it was just like a giant thing that just covered the earth and just split everything in two. Because I would imagine that's where they like did the soul thing. But yeah, when we see NieR, our brother, he's normal. He's a human, unless we are being lied to. Okay. Our first NieR Automata weapon. A sword imbued with negative emotions by an unknown smith. Its white blade, resplendent in the sunlight, clouds the vision of any who dare confront it. But relay the following to command. Mission complete. Destruction of target verified. I will return to the bunker after recovering the remains. Over. Pod, relay the following to command. I've made contact with the operations target. No suspicious activity observed at present. I will continue monitoring the target. Over. Pod, relay the following to command. I investigated the target's observational records but found no hostile behavior. Requesting target re-examination and the temporary suspension of this operation. Destruction of target verified. I make no apologies, for I promise I would not. Farewell. Huh. maybe these are weapons where you have played NieR Automata and you would go back to this game and then you would gain new information. So maybe this is not as important for us right now. I saw him imbued with negative emotions by an unknown smith. His black blade, nigh invisible in the dark of night, bewilders all who dare confront it. Wow. I'm starting your boot sequence. As you lay resting before me, I call out to you. I want to let you sleep a little longer, but I've got my orders. Let's start by getting the brightness set. I was the first thing you saw after you woke up. I hope my hair looks alright. Let's check your voice recognition settings. Can you hear me? Mine was the first voice you heard after you woke up. I have to try and keep my voice nice and deep. I don't want to sound too excited. Okay, settings should be good to go. Good morning. And so we peacefully boot up to face yet another day. Another day of killing our machine enemies. So this is the calibration from the beginning of NieR Automata. Awesome! That's all the one-handed swords done. A man whose fiancée was spirited away by an 8-headed beast used the sword to smite his foe. The shield left hanging on the wall was covered in dust. The blade left in its scabbard had rusted over. The techniques I hadn't used were forgotten. The body I was to train was left to grow soft. I had lost the will to practice discipline. I thought things would end without a single word said. I pretended not to see violence inflicted by others. I had given up, assuming things would never change. I believed there was no way to oppose such a great power. I sneered at hearts that tried to believe anyway. I laughed, thinking them brainless fools. Those were the thoughts I had taken refuge in. I had given up, believing nothing was possible in the end. I lamented the foolishness and ugliness of it all. My life had lost all meaning. I had lost sight of those who were precious to me. I could not believe in their kindness. I was unable to save them from the grief that tore at their hearts. I had forgotten the courage it takes to protect the smallest of joys. I believe my words would never reach you. A man's dementia drove him to attack his daughter's fiancé with this axe. Sadly, he hit his daughter instead. There once was a ritual gathering of spirits held on the night of the 10th full moon of the year. During the ceremony, they would gather on the shores of a lake and boast to one another of all the evil deeds they had performed during the year. The first spirit took great joy in telling of the unfathomable. Why can I not say unfathomable? Unfathomable. Cruel way she had killed some of the finest soldiers in the land. Over the years, she had transformed her shape into a lady of the night and called out to various men, then tore off every last piece of their body when they came to her bed. The soldiers, ashamed their skills could not save them, shed bitter tears as they died, and the spirit claimed they were the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. The next spirit regaled the others with a story of cunning and guile. One night, she threw a small boy into a bog. When his older sister came to rescue him, she too sank into the murk. These two were followed by their parents, then other siblings, then extended relatives, until finally every member of the village was sleeping at the bottom of the bog. When the spirit finished her story, she was so beside herself with glee that she did not even notice the saliva that dripped down her chin. Nervously, the smallest spirit in the group stepped forward to address the crowd. "I am the most amazing of us all," cried the oft-ridiculed spirit at the top of her lungs. "For it was I who thrust all living creatures into terror's deepest depths." The other spirits, unable to contain their mirth, collapsed to the ground and rolled about, and their laughter did not cease until the horrifying monster the small spirit had summoned from the demon world devoured each and every one of them. A giant, accursed axe that was bathed in the blood of young twins before being presented to the gods themselves. "We've been together since we were born. We're together when we eat, when we sleep, and when we dream. We share everything. We share the milk we get from mommy and the nice things daddy says to us. But we're not together when we die. Daddy took me and cut off my head, and mommy took my sister and cut off her head. But it's okay. Our blood got all mushed up into a big axe. So now we can be together forever." Dude. A mage with a putrid soul imbued the essence of a fire lizard into this axe. Yeah, kind of like Dark Souls. Or Demon Souls, shit. The girl stares at the sight before her. Her father lies nearby, carved to pieces by countless blades. Her mother also lies dying, as well as her newborn baby brother. All had suffered terribly in their final moments, and the girl can do nothing but cry as she stares at the 3 soldiers who have murdered her only family. Years later, the girl reappears, her visage made strong by her vow for revenge.
I am Kaim.
The first soldier has grown so fat that the buttons on his uniform can barely contain his girth. Dude. The girl approaches him and claims to know an easy way to lose weight. On the pretext of an examination, she has him lie down on a bed before suddenly hacking off his arms and legs with an axe. The remaining lump of soldier screams and attempts to wriggle away. But the girl pins him down and tells him he still has parts he can lose. Jesus. Sometime later, the girl sits in front of the now rounded torso and smiles. "There we are," she whispers. "Look how nice and slim you are." The second soldier was a peerless Lothario? Each night, a new woman is invited to his manor to spend the night. The girl breaks into his home and kills the woman at his side, then uses her axe to hack off his manhood as he trembles and begs for mercy. The third soldier has long since left the service and is now living a quiet life with his family in a remote village. After they have fallen asleep, the girl takes her axe and cleaves the support beams of the house, causing it to collapse. She then sets fire to the wreckage, creating a great bonfire that can be seen for miles in all directions. Suddenly, the soldier's son crawls from the wreckage, covered from head to toe in terrible burns. As his eyes fall on the girl who has murdered his family, she hands him her axe and flees into the dark of night, never to be seen again. That is a very, very, very vile axe. Holy shit. A beastly sword whose keen edge stands ready to mow down all who question the divine right of the wielder. And this is the second one. Yeah, we have Beast Curse and now Beast Lord. So this is the eldest brother, while Beast Curse was the middle brother. Long ago, in a faraway kingdom, there were 3 brothers. The eldest brother was a king who ruled over the nation entirely. He was a most terrifying king, feared by all. Each day, the king would select one of his subjects to execute as a sacrifice. This day, he chopped off a mother's head and forced her family to watch. The head spun 3 times as it flew through the air before landing next to the head of her son, who the king had previously killed. Oh, the horror of it all. But the king merely watched the sight unfold before him and laughed in a most unsettling voice. One day, the king contracted an illness most dire, one which caused his body to rot while he was still alive. But though deceased, the king would still drag his decaying flesh to the executions all the same. His retainers dared not defy their king, so they continued to kill day after day after day after day. At the end, the king rotted and died. He was a disgusting.
That's disgusting.
Foul, rotten death. But his retainers continued carrying out executions before the king's rotted corpse every day. Every day, killing. Every day, the rotted king and the rotted retainers and the rotted citizens and the rotted you. An enormous sword that grows heavier with each kill as blood and flesh cling to its blade. Yeah, I'm going through this a little quick now because we're running out of time. Great, dude. I raised the cry of my birth. The sound of heated iron takes shape. A steel mallet striking my form, born to deliver karmic justice. I enter the world under the careful watch of spark and flame that give light to the gloom. I am a blade born of a deafening roar. I am a weapon. I am Iron Will. I grant death. I transform the dread and screams of my foes to elation. I festoon my iron skin with their viscera. When I rob them of life, I am filled with dark joy. When I crush them beneath me, I find meaning in my birth, and I continue to kill, that I might share this delight with all. I kill and kill and kill. I am weapon. I am Iron Will.
I am Iron Man.
I am shattered. At battle and blood's end, my body is torn asunder by malice and hate. Today, I again engage the Red Dragon in battle. The magical forces met leaping iron fangs to create a bloodstorm. My steel cursed, I sink into the slumbering black. I am a weapon, I am Iron Will. My body is torn asunder by malice and hate. Today I again engage the Red Dragon in battle. What the fuck does that mean, dude? Yeah, this is very Iron Will seems to be a reference to Drakengard, in a weird way. But this is about battling a red dragon, not like friendship or whatever the fuck Kaiman Angelus did. I dream. It is the dream of a small butterfly. Oh shit, Persona. In it, the butterfly is caught in a light rain, struggling against it with all its might. In the darkness of night, I behold a dream that will never come true. I am a weapon. I am Iron Will. A large sword used by temple guardsmen and supposedly made from feathers of the legendary Firebird. This is a story of a time long ago. There was once a beautiful bird with resplendent feathers that lived a quiet life deep in the forest. One day, a lost child wandered into the woods. He came from a place of famine.
Whoa.
And had been abandoned in the forest as a way to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Taking pity on the feeble, starving child, the beautiful bird plucked one of its own feathers and gave it to him. When he returned home, his family was overjoyed by the feather and permitted him to live with them once more. Hearing the child's story, one person after another descended on the forest to tell the beautiful bird how poor and unfortunate they were. Each time, the bird would pluck a feather and give it away. Pluck a feather and give it away. Oh. Wait, what? Yeah, the bird would pluck a feather and give it away. Pluck a feather and give it away. Until it had no more to give. And its once beautiful visage had become shabby beyond recognition, but the shabby bird had no regrets. One day, the original child appeared before the shabby bird, which was featherless and freezing in the cold. He had come seeking a bird with resplendent feathers, that he might repay the creature's earlier kindness. I just want to see if everything's good. Awesome.
Amazing.
Here comes seeking a bird with that might repay the creature's earlier kindness. Overjoyed, the shabby bird said to the child, "If it is I you seek, if I might beg a favor, would you hold me to your chest and warm my freezing body?" Sparing a single glance at the shabby bird, the child called it a liar and cut it down with a large blade. He then roasted the bird, ate every last part, and set out anew to find the beautiful bird who had once saved his life. A sword forged from metal and liquefied beast horns. Its dull glow lures people deep within the labyrinth. It was a beast that lived in a cavern's deepest, most untouched depths. It had massive horns, a body like steel, breath of scorching fire. The peace-loving villagers hated this monstrous beast with the head of a bull and the body of a human. They feared it, and soon the beast came to be known as the Minotaur of the Labyrinth. Contrary to its terrifying appearance, the Minotaur was exceptionally kind. Not only did it refrain from harming other creatures, it took great care not to trample flowers beneath its oafish feet as it walked. Indeed, the reason it lived so deep inside a cavern was to help avoid frightening the villagers. One day, a lost girl wandered into the beast's cavern. Frightened by the sight of it, she cried so hard she eventually passed out, which left the beast in quite quandary. "I have no choice," the beast finally decided. "I must take the poor thing back to the village, for her mother and father will be terribly worried." 2 days after the girl vanished, her panicked parents found her sleeping soundly in front of their home. On the ground a short distance away was the dead body of the Minotaur. It had been impaled by several swords, and blood scattered around it held an almost otherworldly quality. Yet there was no indication the beast had attacked the girl. In fact, it looked as though it had been trying to place as much distance between itself and her as possible. so as not to dirty her with its blood, almost as if it didn't want her to be afraid, and then having curled up to make itself as small as possible, the monster died. Dude. Okay, I like this story. This is a really fucking good story about the fear of the unknown. And the fear, I guess, misunderstanding each other and stuff like that. We see a lot of that in the world today. I like this story. Very good cautionary tale. A weapon with a heroic dragon motif used by a man who tried to save the world. Keyword tried. Oh shit! Yes! Yes! It's finally coming, dude. It's right here. Memoir, June 6th, 2003. A massive white humanoid, initially called the Weapon, but since renamed the Giant, falls from the sky above Tokyo's Shinjuku ward, inflicting tremendous damage. At the same time, a large red creature, henceforth referred to as the Dragon, appears and engages the Giant in battle. Though both the nature of its attacks and their utility remain unclear. As the self-defense force contemplates methods by which they might attack the target, the government establishes... by which they might attack the target, the government establishes a Bureau of Emergency Countermeasures. This is 6 days later. The Giant, which was locked in combat with the Dragon, suddenly begins to collapse for reasons unknown. The Dragon is then shot down by 6 of it, as we saw in the game. No official record exists of who issued the order to attack the Dragon. Okay. But wait, did their fight take 6 days? Because this seems recent, and then we jump 6 days in the future. Work is begun to receive the remains of both the Giant and the Dragon, but no it's okay. So now they're like transporting them and everything. Work has begun to retrieve the remains of both the Giant and the Dragon, but no official verification has ever been made regarding which organization performed the retrieval. Okay. So all of this was done in like secret and shadow and holy shit. So every time we hear the description of the Weapon, or the Giant and the Dragon, we now know what they're talking about. Holy shit. Yeah, we're getting insane information now. The first case of white chlorination syndrome is confirmed. So it took half a year after the death of the Mother Angel. Okay. Before the first case of white chlorination. Okay, memoir, July. Okay, so now we're going into the beginning of the war. Humans continue to turn violent due to the white chlorination syndrome, with fighting growing increasingly intense in infected regions. With the cause of the disease still unclear, the infected are isolated and violent riots suppressed by force. The main thoroughfares are sealed and rail transportation is halted, later leading to all of Shinjuku being sealed off. At this time, the prospect of asking the American military for non-official intervention is considered, but the government defers. Meanwhile, research begins on meso particles obtained from the Giant and the Dragon, as well as on countermeasures for white chlorination syndrome. This research ultimately leads to the founding of Project Gestalt a decade later. Oh, fuck. fuck. And also, finally, we can talk about the meso particles, because that's where the fucking magic came from. That's what they did. That's what they found. So yeah, that's what it's actually called in this universe. It's called the meso particles, which yeah, is the magic. But yeah, we will go over this again. Okay, so we have Fool's Lament. That is the one we want to read. Now we have Virtuous Treaty. A white katana said to have been forged by a swordsmith in a distant eastern land, presented as an offering to the nobility. It was apparently never used in combat. That is liar. My family has decided I am to be betrothed. I cannot resist, for I am but a tool. The man who became my husband possessed terrible cold eyes, but he too is a mere tool to be used so his family might prosper. He treats me well in his own way, but I was still unable to properly respond to his kindness. One night he calls me to his chambers, still thinking him a kind man. I go to him willingly. As he greets me, I stare at the beautiful white katana he holds in his hand. And that's it. And the last category of weapons. A knight was so moved by the suffering of a beggar that he removed all ornamentations from this spear. They were a frighteningly diligent people. They would clear forests and hunt animals even when they had no need. They developed techniques to preserve food they were unable to eat and earned more money than could ever be spent. Yet there were not a single one among them who did not accept these practices, for none knew of any other customs. They were a frighteningly studious people. And I just want to say I'm Danish, so if I screw up, like I'm still practicing. So that's why sometimes, you know. Their grasp of calculation and science exceeded any pretense of particularity, and they would repeatedly engage in spirited debates regarding predictions of the future. They invented an increasingly difficult language and created an infinite series of complex machines, which they would immediately discard. But there was not a single man among them who looked back, for none knew of any reason for concern. They were a frightening, obedient people. Without ever being told, they would greet the morning sun at the same time, in the same clothes, while toiling away at the same cramped rooms. Yet there was not a single one among them who complained, for none knew what else they should be doing. Having worked far too much, the people lost their forests and took to living atop the sand. This is the story of Facade. Having grown far too intelligent, the people conversed in a language that no other people could comprehend. Having grown far too well behaved, the people were unable to defy the laws that would be established one after the other, and came to live their lives enclosed by tens of thousands of rules. Yeah, this is Facade. Okay. but I don't really see that they are the invaders in this one, because it seems like they came from the same forests, but they didn't really have like you know, any issues with each other until it became desert, probably. It just says they lost their forests and took to living atop the sand because they worked too much. Yeah, that is the story of Facade and how it came to be in the desert and what the people were doing before. Interesting. A spear used by a prince's body double to slay his employer. The traitor was later killed with the same spear. In a far-off land, there was a man who acted as a double for the nation's prince, performing duties in his stead as was required. One day, having finished his work, he returned to the prince's chamber to find the princess lying naked in his bed. As the double stood in place, dumbfounded, the man who shared his face sneered and invited him to join them. The double loved the prince's sister, and he felt that the princess was admiring him as her brother loved him as well. Indeed, she was the only thing that kept him from going in an otherwise miserable... She was the only thing that kept him going in an otherwise miserable job, for the prince was a most despicable man indeed. Eventually, it came to pass that a war was to be waged under the prince's command. The night before it was to begin, the prince took his double aside and promised him a night with his sister if he could bring him to the head of the enemy general. And as the prince chuckled with delight, the double took up his spear and thrust it through the prince's gaping mouth. The war was over. The prince made a queen of his sister and would inflict wounds upon his own face and throat, an act which would occur every time she called out to him using her brother's name. Before long, the prince was found dead, his face burned and a spear thrust through his open mouth. The man's face, hideously burned, was the very picture of serenity. Don't be like Kaim and Furiai, please. This favorite spear of a mad queen whose lust for power led her to kill all of her sons' wives. Damn. This story takes place in a small country at around the same latitude as the northernmost member of a nation of city-states that are part of a region with a village that is attempting to establish a trade agreement with another village and a tiny island in the ocean south of a country that used to have an alliance with a republic next to a kingdom where the queen resided.
Base!
It was asked by the owner of a shop frequented by a wet nurse who looked after the child born of an adulterous relationship by the wife of the master of a foolish servant who fell in love with a beautiful queen who appears in the poems of a minstrel, whom was loved by the country's kings, wives, little brothers, cousin, big brothers, son-in-laws, foster child. Where does one store the throne that was supposed to be adorned with decorations crafted from the materials of the handle of the lid of a pot that is the same weight, a tableware that is the same color as a weather vane on the neighboring house that can be seen from the peephole of a door in the reflection of a mirror with an ornamental frame decorated with silver carvings engraved with a fragment that was made when creating the whetstone used to polish this kitchen's knife. Yeah. Oh, fuck off. The person who heard that question was the wives, husbands, little sisters, big brothers, daughters, grooms, little brothers, nephews, fathers, mothers, husbands, brides, nieces, father-in-laws, wives, husbands, little sisters, big brothers, daughters, groom, little brothers, nephews, fathers, mothers, husbands, brides, nieces, father-in-law, wives, husbands, little sister, big brothers, daughters, grooms, little brothers, nephews, mothers. Okay. This spear's point is so finely honed that all who are graced by its experience and experience an instant painless death. Yes! In the distant past of a land known as the Golden Isles, there existed a sword crafted from every kind of metal and precious gem in the land. So sharp was its edge that even the slightest cut would leave an unsealable wound that eventually drained the victim of both their blood and life. In a strange turn of event, or fate, the sword eventually ended up in the hands of a destitute woman who sold her body to get by. The sword was as long as she was tall, and she could not wield it effectively. So she instead slid it between her sheets as a surprise for the man who used her. The sword was so sharp they felt no pain when cut and soon died without even knowing it was happening. The woman would then help herself to their coin, causing her own purse to swell. Making use of her gains, the woman dressed most beautifully and soon had acquired every kind of metal and precious gem in the land. But it was not enough for her, so she decided to melt down the sword and obtain the gems contained within, a desire made manifest by the sword's beauty. Thus decided, the woman heaved the sword to her shoulders and made for the blacksmith. But on the way to the smith, the sheer weight of the sword caused the woman to lose her balance, and she fell from a bridge into the river below. So unshakable was the woman's greed that she could not bring herself to relinquish her grip upon it. The woman's pale and bloodless corpse was found washed up on the riverside the following day. And here's the story about the third brother, the youngest one. A noble lord commissioned this beastly weapon that the world might stand in awe of its power. Long, long ago in a faraway kingdom there lived 3 brothers. The youngest was a terrifically lazy lad who spent most of his days fast asleep. However, he was every bit as cheerful as he was lethargic, and so was beloved by all. When the nation was beset upon by a most contagious disease, the youngest son did not but laze about the palace, humming to himself all the while. But his cheerful music confronted the townspeople, so instead of hating him, they sang his praises. "Oh, what a fine young man," they would say. "Just the finest young man you will ever find." When the nation became embroiled in war, the youngest son did not but laze about the palace, telling stories of the good old days all the while. But his fascinating stories helped the townspeople forget the horrors of war, so instead of hating him, they sang his praises. "Oh, what an amazing young man," they would say. "Just the most amazing young man you will ever find." One day, the youngest son was lazing about the palace as usual, when he realized he could no longer hear the voices of the townspeople, and he wondered why that might be. He lazed and wondered. Eventually, all that wandering tired him out, and he went to sleep. That is why, in that nation where all have perished from war and disease, the only sound that can be heard is the soft snoring of a young man. It is a nation of happiness, a nation of happiness, a nation of happiness. Not too interesting. For what we're doing anyway. A spear brandished by a warrior monk chief who sacrificed his own life to protect his comrades. The captain tramples life under his feet. The screams of others transforms into songs of joy. Flowing tears change from despair into darkness. Conflict beckons revenge and gives way to new solitude. A spear that symbolizes a pact between a great warlord and an ancient dragon. The dragoon lands. He had grown old. The king's dauntless gaze had lost its light, and his stalwart body had grown soft. What's more, every ounce of fear and vanity he had gained with age now gnawed away at his heart. The king was afraid, so he repeatedly ordered the invasion of neighboring countries so as to hold onto the lands he had been sworn to protect. The king was afraid, so he tried to take everything through violence and oppression, for he no longer trusted his own advisors and vassals. There was a dragon that had sworn fealty to the king. This wingless creature would do anything the king commanded, for he... Wait. We have heard about a wingless dragon before. That wasn't Dragon God. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nice. We will compare. Shit. Would do anything the king commanded, for he had been saved by the king once, and sworn to repay this debt with his very soul. Even if the king's orders were folly and madness, the dragon would follow them to the last, for his king was justice itself. One day the dragon requested an audience with the king. He was covered in blood from his latest victim, the king's own son, who the regent had ordered the dragon to assassinate. The bloody dragon hung his head low and said, "I cannot defy your orders, O king, but neither can I obey them any longer. I beg of you, kill me and grant me release." This is a tale of a foolish king and a wingless dragon in a nation that fell centuries ago. Even now, the wind blows ceaselessly across the grasslands. It blows just as it did on the day king and dragon made their pact. Yeah, about the pact system, I would imagine, from Dragon God. There was once a warrior in a frontier nation who feared not death. He was so brawny and powerful, arrows were said to bounce harmlessly off his flesh. For this reason, the warrior always threw himself into the thick of any battle. One day, a beautiful bird appeared before the warrior in a dream. The bird commended the warrior for his valor in battle and offered to grant him one of two wishes. The bird could bring an end to war and grant peace to all the world, or the bird could bequeath the warrior an immortal body. The warrior chose immortality. From that day forth, the warrior's exploits were nothing short of astonishing. He mowed down foes in uncountable numbers. No amount of arrows or swords or axes could slow his march. The king showered him with titles and gifts, and for a time it seemed the warrior's days of stunning glory would continue until the end of time. But conflict did not cease. Eventually, the warrior's frontier nation was invaded so often that the flames of war left the entire country in ruins. Crops withered, people perished, and before long there were none left who even knew the warrior's name. The Shadow Warrior was tortured day and night by endless starvation, but his body refused to let him die, so he sought out the bird again and pleaded for it to grant him release. But you cannot die, chipped the bird in response. You will never die. Oof! She was a hopelessly slow woman, impossibly clumsy. It would take her 3 times longer than anyone else to accomplish a task. She walked softly, talked slowly, she even blinked slowly. So slow was the woman that she could not even draw water to anyone's satisfaction. The children began calling her the cow and laughing when she passed by, but she would only chuckle in response. She was a hopelessly dull woman. When she fell and drew blood, she would carry on as though in a daze. Though coin often dropped from her purse, she never managed to retrieve one, and if someone spoke ill of her to her face, it would take hours for her to realize the insult. When the children saw her, they would hurl rocks with glee. She was a hopelessly foolish woman. One summer, when the village was suffering a most terrible drought, the woman vanished. The children all starved to death. The villagers spent no time worrying about the woman who ran away. 2 days later, rain fell and the village was safe, but the woman did not return. And on the 20th day, a shaman arrived at the village. The shaman held a spear with a pair of horns that was oiled and sticky to the touch. So heavy was the spear that none could wield it effectively. Although even if they managed to lift it, the weapon was incapable of piercing through anything at all. The shaman forced it on the people and left it with them, but none dared approach it. And to this day, it quietly slumbers in a forgotten corner of the village. This is the story of a sorrowful prince, a tale of a kingdom in time long past. Attacked by the forces of darkness, the nation was annihilated in a single night by inhuman soldiers with red eyes and a group of black dragons, so numerous they blotted out the sky. Having infiltrated the king's castle, the black dragons visited upon the king and queen a most horrible fate. It is said that their stomachs were torn open by the black dragon's mighty claws, and the very floor they stood upon became a sea of blood. The prince and princess, though racked with sorrow, escaped to live another day. The prince, spurred by the shock of witnessing his parents' tragic end, became consumed by a desire to exact vengeance. This is the story of a terrifying prince, a history of a conflict in the long ago. Obsessed with laying low his hated enemies, the prince indulges in his vengeance day after day. Even when faced with foes who take heel, he chases them down and tears them apart from groin to gullet. The carnage is so horrific. His fellow soldiers whisper tales of how they saw him mutilating bodies that were long dead. Yeah, like we saw in the beginning of the game. Perhaps because no commander can control him, the prince is sent to an even harsher battle. Yeah, this is just Kaim's story from... Yeah, so this is literally everything leading up to Drakengard 1 and how Kaim feels. So that's it. And last one, a white spear crafted by an ailing blacksmith. There once existed a cursed spear whose holder would eventually meet a violent end. Eventually the weapon found its way to a mechanical automaton that possessed no soul, and though it was a mere machine, the spear delivered countless deaths upon it all the same. The automaton warred against mechanical weapons much like itself. It was crushed to death, burned to death, and thrown to its death from great heights. Yet each time the automaton was reborn and thrown into battle anew. The war became fiercer and more complicated. There were self-detonation suicide attacks, false operation and betrayals by companions. Indeed, it seemed to be soulless automaton that it was inhibiting a kind of infinite cynical hell. Finally, the automaton died a final time in order to save its trusted companions, an act that precluded the possibility of ever returning to life again. But as pangs of agony spread through its body, the automaton found its final rest. Okay, that is all the weapon stories. They are now done. We have read through them. I will also go over it again tomorrow. Now I kind of found all the ones that I found interesting and want to talk about. Especially the one about what happened right after Kaim and Angelus fell into Tokyo. So that is something we're going to talk about tomorrow. We're gonna end the stream now, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining. If nobody told you, I just wanted to say you are fucking amazing. Keep it up. Thank you so much for joining the stream. It meant a lot. You are beasts. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.